and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Slash all your dreams. A demon plays on the leak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another day when we play Amnesia, The Dark Descent. But first, let me say a few things here. One great bit of news is that we reached 66 out of 100 with the T emoticon unlock, so we are almost 2/3 of the way there. However, unfortunately, my quest for the Lost Emoticon Community Challenge ended, and honestly I am not necessarily surprised by the results. I overshot the challenge a tad bit, and so unfortunately we couldn't gather the necessary points. So for now that emoticon will remain lost, but I will come up with some way to find it. Don't worry about it. However, it was, in my opinion, a good way to see just how many points people have and what they like to spend it on. Apparently, booping my nose is somewhere along the most popular ways to spend points. Good to know. And another bit of news is that I not only got out of the 131 follower number, we are at 134, which means that just one more follower and we are returning to Oddworld. But for today, we are jumping into Amnesia. Now we so far have 4 trophies, as you can see, and hopefully we will get a 5th one today. Now last time around, in the Dark Descent, we made quite a lot of progress. We went through the cistern and found a man named Agrippa. Now he gave us a few missions, let's say that, and we were tasked with finding a few ingredients for a concoction that his student was working on, and that's a posture check. Thank you very much. And we were also tasked with finding the shards of his orb that Alexander, in theory, broke a long time ago. Let me see. Welcome in, Schmoozer. How are you doing today? Oh, I saw a picture for the redeem. Love it. Yes, indeed it is. Also an emoticon now on my channel for all of my wonderful subscribers. It shows my back pain. Now let me check if the video is alright, because I can see a slight bit of black around the edges, but that's apparently in the game's menu. Interesting. You're alright, that's always lovely to hear. I need to refresh my sub. Well, if you want that emoticon, that's the only way. Or you can join my Discord server and use it there. That's also a possibility. Now, let's continue. But welcome in, everyone. How is everyone handling the warm weather? I've been hearing more and more people complain about their struggle with the heat. And unfortunately, I don't really have a way to fight it. Lurk, I need to figure out what to do later. That's a great idea. Thank you for dropping in, and I hope you will figure out exactly what you need to do later on. I will, however, take a sip of my tea, because if you don't know what to do, just take a sip of your tea. That always helps clean up the fog in your mind. At least for me, that is what usually happens. Now we are back here, and I will be perfectly honest with you, I have no idea why I came up here previously, but for some odd reason I did, so it was probably important. That's not the way I want to go. Oh, well, maybe it was a good thing that I came up here. Well, we are not necessarily in a good position with the oil, given that we have no resupplies of it. We have 5 tinder boxes, not bad. A few cuts and bruises, so our health is good and our sanity is crystal clear. I told you, it's the tea. Now we have laudanum, but as I figured out so far in this game, if you get hit, there's a good chance you will die. So it's not really often that you need the laudanum, except if you jump off from high places like I tried. We also still have the hammer and chisel, as well as the glass jar and this odd wooden crank that I didn't need to use up until now, and I'm still curious why that is. Yeah, that's not it either. Of course it's the fourth one. Well, of course it is. What? No mementos? No, wait a moment here. This is odd. And I'm saying mighty odd. Vaccine trials? This is not the save I need. That is mighty odd. Entrance to cistern, sewer, nave. Let me check. Something is not what it seems to be. Last Friday was indeed the 27th. And we have this autosave. Well, let's select it, I presume. It seems like we lost an hour of progress for no apparent reason. I wonder why. When I exit the game, it is supposed to save in that exact spot. But here, that didn't happen. Well, apparently we have to redo a bit here. Well, it's not the end of the world. So let's do just that. Wrong button. So this is where we have to go. So we keep that open. We also have this place here. And this is where the two levers are. No, this is the place where we have to go down. Alright, well, in that case I will speedrun this part a bit, if you don't mind, since we have already done this. Mighty odd. But that is what happens if a game doesn't support manual save, only auto save. But it's not a big deal. So right here we have a lot of oil, and we have this scrap of paper.
39. I can't stop sweating and shaking. The warding ritual was not something of a sane mind. I did not even realize the dungeon was still in use. Alexander had his servants bring one of the prisoners, a murderer, he told me. Alexander made all the arrangements, but he said I had to perform the ritual in order to have the right effect. The shadow could be led astray by the blood of another. Killing the man would provide us precious time. What else could I do? Alexander said it had to be done. He is saving my life. I don't have the luxury of argument.
Indeed. Poor Daniel found himself in a quite difficult situation. It is not working, something must be wrong with the machinery, and as we learn, there is indeed something wrong with the machinery. So let's go back and fix it. Roof is leaking. And again? What is above us? A pool? Now let's not fall down here. That would be a long fall. But rather go down on this really nice spiraling staircase, which is honestly a marvel if you look at old buildings made out of stone. Such a fascinating thing. So this is where we have to go, but for now we have to gather everything we can, because we are not doing too great when it comes to resources. Especially with oil, but that's an ongoing struggle with this game, and I have a feeling that will be a reoccurring theme with the games of frictional games.
Agrippa, I need you to stay awake. Can you feel the syringe?
No, I can't feel anything. Alexander,
Yes.
soon I won't even be able to move, will I?
Your life is safe.
I don't doubt that. But will it be worth living?
No, interestingly, looking at my stream, there is a black border around the game, but that is not the problem with the stream. It is not the position of the video that is incorrect. It's really in the game. I assume there was something with the resolution they had to change, so I will take a moment here and try to fix it ever so gently, so you can see the entire game better. It's a bit of a finicky job, but nothing that a bit of tweaking can't fix. Now this is the first time that I'm using this overlay with this game, so it makes sense that I just noticed it. I think we are better now. Nah. Agrippa. Let's get the shovel ready in case he wants to do anything funny.
Help me. Who's the switch?
I still don't fully understand what this does.
Thank you. You have my gratitude. My name is Agrippa. Who might you be?
So,
Like the prophet thrown into the
let's
lion's
look around while he is talking.
Are you among the lions, Daniel? You want to stop Alexander? Oh my. So Babylon shall fall, you say? You worry too much. Alexander is toothless without an awe. He has one. That's
Ow.
very promising. Oh, the sanctum is basically impenetrable, but guess why more? It could be breached by another, but Alexander broke his, my oath, a long time ago. Really? Well, if you tell the truth, by all means, seek out the pieces of the broken wall and mend away. I believe he uses them for torture now. They practically leak madness, which is quite useful, I understand. There should be 6 of them. Look around the choir and the transept. You should be able to find them there.
So, now that he explained all of that, we can move on. Yes.
If you're really going after Alexander, would you consider taking me with you? I know it sounds ridiculous. I mean, look at me. But if you find anything concerning a man named Johann Rein, would you please bring it to me? I believe he was working on a way to help me. A recipe for some sort of potion. A tonic to free me from this husk of mine.
Yes, yes, yes. Alright, so. As I mentioned, we have already heard this, so I'm not paying too much attention to his words. However, there is one thing that I find quite interesting, and that is how he mentions that the pieces of the broken orb leak madness. I'm quite curious about that. So, we have a lot of things here. A heavy door is blocking the path. Well, actually 2 heavy doors. And 2 levers on the top floor are not working. It is probably some problem with the machinery. Now, these 2 we can fix right away here. As you can see, there is a cog there that is not quite where it should be. So let's get up there and let's fix that problem. Yes, yes, we know. We read all about you. And that's that. Ow.
Alexander is quite impressive in many ways, but he has grown impatient.
So, now we can go back top side and see what those levers do. And I do believe that's the last time we have to go up here. And no, I do not see a bloody thing. I'm just kind of going off of instinct, let's say. And hoping that I don't fall down. Now, where were those levers? Here. So these didn't work before, but now they should. Right there. It's really quite nice, the sound, or rather song that is played when you figure out a puzzle. I really like it. It's soothing that you are making sense of this madness.
Daniel, you have gone too far. I have to stop you. I can't let you proceed any further. I'm sorry, my friend.
Yes, yes, yes. You have already thrown quite a few things at me. Well, maybe not on purpose, but it seems now we are really pissing off Alexander. So this is the laboratory, which is interesting. This is the second one in the game. I'm curious what we will do there. Now.
How are things coming? You got the doors open? Good going. I knew you could do it.
Of course. Now. Indeed, this opened these 2 giant doors, and we are mostly back to where we were. Now. Agrippa, the dying man, seeks a note written by a man named Johann Weyer. An orb is needed to enter the inner sanctum. Its shattered pieces lie scattered in the torture rooms. Well, first of all, let's go this way, since this was open from the get-go. Why can't I close this? Come on. Where's my safety like this? Good enough. Okay, I'm kind of concerned to look at my sanity. I heard it cracking. A slight headache, that's okay. Let's go. I don't really have a lot of these tinder boxes left, but I really don't have a lot of oil left. Now these look like torture chambers, but this one is empty. Let's look at this one. Not much, just a tinder box. My apologies for taking it, but it's needed. Another one here. Nothing. There's at least a lantern in each of the cells. Not that I can light them. Not a thing. And another place we can go. Intriguing. Oh, yummy. Picked up meat. Anything in here? Maybe I'm not so curious about that one room.
I know this. I've been here already. I know this taste. A taste of Damascus rose obfuscating the truth in a dim haze. They may sweep the traces from my memory, but my body remembers. These cuts speak volumes, even though my mind remains silent. They will be back. They will be back.
So I assume that what Alexander was doing is torture people here. Oh. Thank you. My apologies for taking it. So Alexander was torturing people. Really, my lantern went out in that instant. Wow. And after that, he made them drink, I would say, the same concoction that Daniel drank to forget everything. And that's why this person said that even though his mind remains silent, the cuts and bruises on his body speaks volume.
Why me? I'm the next best thing. Alexander really wanted none other than Johann Weyer. You never heard of Johann Weyer? My God, boy. He's probably the greatest man in history. And you don't know him? Or is it the world who has forgotten him?
Now this is a really interesting idea, inducing amnesia in the victims, because as we know, Alexander needed torture victims, and he needed quite a few. Now, after a while, I would guess that he could potentially run out of victims, and also maybe the police or the country would have noticed that people are going missing an awful lot in this area. And that was actually one of the reasons, if I'm not mistaken, why Alexander decided to kill Wilhelm, because he was not careful enough with abducting the people. Now, the terror of these people, once they realize where they are and what is happening to them, is great, and I would say that results in a lot of this essence that Alexander is after. However, later on, the people lose hope, so they are not so useful for him anymore. If he can induce an amnesia, he can repeat this moment of robbing the people of their hope and maximizing the efficiency of the torture, which is certainly a twisted idea, but it suits Alexander. As we learned about him, he really likes to be proficient, and this is one way to be that. No, what is interesting is that by mentioning this, the developers explained why Daniel would know about this mixture, because it was here before, and maybe Daniel learned about it here. But no, they connected the pieces and made it believable that Daniel would know such a medicine, let's call it, and why he would be in possession of such knowledge. Nah? Nah. You still don't like the taste of rope. Well, let's go fishing. Here's a slab of fresh meat. I'm not sure how fresh it is really, but it will be perfect bait. And there it goes. Come on, fishy fishy. Oh, 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 ho, ho, ho. That's a catch. Something is pulling the rope. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Darn it, darn it. Darn it. It's a big one. Ha ha. Ah. Got away. But hey, we got a bone. The remains, rather. The bone is covered in mucus, and we will need that.
How are things coming?
Greatly.
My pupil.
Yes, we know.
I do take pride in that. Is it so wrong?
It's okay, Agrippa, don't worry about it. Now let's see what's towards here. I do believe here we will find yet another door. Yes, and a room. And that's what I've been looking for. Because this is where we find a quite important piece of information in the form of a note. Ooh, laudanum, thank you. I still don't understand why many of the bookshelves are positioned in such a way that there's a giant gap behind them. Maybe it's important. Now, as always, let's take a seat. That's it. Let's see what we can find. Absolutely nothing. Ooh, a tinderbox. Thank you. And more nothing. Anything here? Ooh, a memory. Now, this is about Agrippa and Alexander's tale in a way. Now I read this in the previous episode, but I will read it again just for the viewers here now to understand. Agrippa channels Weyer. Weyer taunts me from the other side. I trusted him with my true reason for my efforts, and still he insists on me releasing Agrippa. How an enlightened man can show such lack of compassion in a seat of power disgusts me. Alexander is quite a hypocrite, don't you think? I can't bring myself to part from Agrippa, as he is and has been for centuries my only link to the worlds beyond. Weyer claims he tries his best to release me from my banishment, but that he needs me to keep him Agrippa first, so he too can help. If he could guarantee success, I would happily oblige. But how am I to part from him if my return might be denied? I know what they are capable of. I have seen their deception. Now this is interesting because we obviously know the Alexander of the present, but this is the Alexander of the past. And I'm not necessarily sure when these events took place, but in a way, maybe Alexander was not as terrible before, which is a big if. It's quite hypothetical, but maybe he really was honest with Agrippa and Weyer, and because they deceived him, that's why he became so resentful in a way. But then again, I'm pretty sure he was doing all the torturing and experimentation back in the day as well. Optimism is a most hopeless feeling, but I must retain it. I shall prepare for his release. Now this is interesting because I didn't fully understand this part in the previous episode, and it's the same now. We heard the flashback where Alexander is asking Agrippa if he can feel anything. And I'm not sure why Agrippa is in this state, because somehow Alexander was able to keep him alive to a certain degree. At least his mind and his body to the degree of existing, of not dying. However, he is far from healthy or functional when it comes to his body. And I first thought that he became like this because of this next part. To release Agrippa without killing him, Weyer told me to feed him a tonic made from a paralyzer, vitae, and tempter. The poisonous fungi should work as a paralyzer if I can find the internal gland from a large specimen. The choir seems to be a fertile ground for this sort. I should then be able to extract its contents with the proper tools. So there is a paralyzer in this tonic. The vitae could be extracted as usual from any agonized human victim's blood. I just need large amounts to distill it properly. Remember to collect this during the next torture session. So obviously, the game already answered my question. By this point, Alexander wasn't only aware of how to extract such from humans, but torture sessions were already scheduled. It was just a normal thing for him. So in that way, again, I'm not sure how much time has passed. How much time passed between Weyer leaving Alexander and Agrippa and going to the other worlds, and this note and this conversation. Tempter, on the other hand, will prove more difficult. I don't think it exists in this world. Simply writing the word with these letters look wrong. I believe it's a property of the secretion in the water-dwelling Karnk. I will have to address Weyer with this, as he will have to supply me with a host. Also, a properly prepared well should suffice to contain it. So that is what is in the well, and hopefully that mucus on the bone is exactly what we need. So that's one thing that we have. But I thought this concoction, this mixture, is what paralyzed Agrippa. But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's not how I imagined it, because here it says Agrippa the dying man seeks a note written by a man named Johann Weyer. And I do believe Agrippa actually says that Johann was working on a tonic to help him. So maybe what happened is that Agrippa is in this state because he was just kept alive for so long, and Johann really tried to help Agrippa, and this note is a part of this conversation. And obviously that water-dwelling creature is in the well, so something happened after as well. Alexander did address Weyer and this problem. But then later on, for some odd reason, this mixture was not made and Agrippa never got it. We just don't know that part of the story yet. One note speaks of a mixture made with 3 ingredients, and we have one. In court, the order of the Black Eagles spew their politics at each other while I sit quietly in place, willfully forgotten. Once in a while, someone will notice me and lose themselves in a silent cover before regaining their senses. They all know I am the one and the same Alexander who helped their fathers and grandfathers to found this great order. I've seen them take their fathers' places, and they too will grow old and pass away, while I remain the same, aged not by time, but by anguish. So this is actually something that Alexander thinks or says, and it is really fascinating how he entered this world for some reason. He speaks about it as his banishment, so he obviously doesn't want to be here. That's, as far as I understand, his reason behind all of his work is that he wants to return to his home and to his love. But he got to this world, and then with other people, well, with people, let's say, him not being necessarily one, founded this order, which was also mentioned previously, that this is a really important high profile order, and the people there, as it was mentioned here, quite important in politics and in the workings of the country, they all turned a blind eye to the fact that Alexander is immortal. Because in the village, in this region, I think in one of the folklore notes, it was mentioned that there is a tale going around that Alexander is either the descendant of the previous one and it's only the name that is repeating, but some people believe that he's the same one who purchased and then rebuilt this castle to a certain extent, but that wasn't confirmed. However, in the case of the Order, they saw Alexander time and time again, and it's obvious that he is the same person. So that is a really nice detail. But enough of the chit chat. Now that we actually caught up with ourselves, it's time to make some progress. But first, Agrippa.
How are things coming? Incredible. You found Vile's recipe. Then there might still be a chance. Listen carefully. Alexander is working on opening a gate, a door to another realm. It's where he wants to go. If you could put your anger aside, let him open the portal before you take your revenge. Let me pass the gate, Daniel. Please, find the ingredients and prepare the tonic Vile describes. And do so before you assemble the orb. The barrier keeping you from the inner sanctum will only be breached for a short time. Unless everything is taken care of before mending the orb, you won't be able to save me.
Now this is interesting, because here Agrippa asks us to make this tonic and then put the pieces of the orb together, enter the inner sanctum with him, and then let him go through the gate before, I assume, we kill Alexander. Now why that is interesting? Because Daniel came here, right? And he, to a certain degree, was deceived by Alexander. Because it is true that to a certain extent Alexander was helping him with the shadow. Alexander obviously had some alternative motives. More specifically, he wanted to use the orb to return home. Now here, as much as Agrippa seems like a good person, let's not forget that he worked for Alexander for a long time, and he certainly was aware of some of the things happening. I mean, even the tonic that we need to make, it needs or asks for an ingredient that can be extracted from the blood of people in agony. So let's not say that Agrippa is necessarily a good person here. So why does he want to go through the gate? And is he just trying to use Daniel for his own reasons? Because obviously, as a gamer, as the player, we just do whatever the game asks for. This is the mission, then that's what we are doing. But here, there's a bit more to it. Do we want to help him? Is there a good reason to help him? Because so far he didn't really give us any important information other than that there is a second orb that we actually heard about from his really old letter, I do believe to Weyer, that mentions that he found an orb, and I do believe he says he gave it to the Guardian, and apparently the Guardian is Alexander, but for some odd reason Alexander broke it, which I don't fully understand why Alexander would want to break the orb, and if it's so important for his mission of returning to his own world, why didn't he put it together? Because let's not forget, Daniel was able to put his own orb together, which is interesting. And also, what is with that orb that the remaining leader of our expedition found? In theory, there was a letter. I don't fully remember the name, I have to say. But I do believe here, yeah, Herbert. Herbert's notes actually mention that they pulled Daniel from this tomb, or whatever it was, this chamber underground, and in theory Daniel was clutching the pieces of the broken orb. But then it mentions later on that Herbert went back and found an orb, so I'm really not sure about what happened there. But I have a feeling we have to decide where to go. And we have absolutely no oil left, so first I will have to go back.
Land which had not been plundered. Do you know Mithraism? I suppose it doesn't matter. It is an old faith, building temples out of caverns. The Dark Walls being the universe, and inside are its followers. Humans, watching the sky slowly turn. But the followers do have one thing to allow them a real sense of connection, creation. The orbs.
Yes, we do know that you found one. That's the orb actually that we have to find and piece together. So I do believe we have some leftover oil, hopefully, up in that room with the levers, and that's all the oil I have left. So let's see what we can do with that. The barrel contains more than half a lantern worth of oil. Alright, how much do we have? Wrong button again. Well, that's around half. Not bad. Not terrible. I would like a bit more, but then again, my idea that you need to have a full lantern to get a trophy, as much as it was, I think, a fun idea that could have worked, it turned out to be just that, an idea. Fun, but untrue.
Not many orbs are left. They sometimes consume themselves, or break, then used by an uninitiated.
So like Daniel?
I was lucky. The orb I found spared my life and returned to where I found it. I know because Alexander took it and brought it to Bridenberg.
And then what happened to it is the good question. So we have 3 little notes here. 1 is that we have to make the tonic. 2, that explains that the tonic has 3 ingredients. one that we have, and that we need to find the ore pieces in the torture rooms. Now I do believe that in the notes it is mentioned that the poisonous fungi that we need for the paralyzer is in the choir. So let's go to the choir, and I think that was this room. I am quite unsure. No, this is not the choir. So where was the choir? I will find it. They are tremendous. I should really light a few lights. Ah, here it is, the choir. Entrance. It had gone too far. The man was suffocating as he could no longer breathe properly between the lashes. Displeased, he started to look for the Damascus rose oil. Yeah, the workings of Alexander. But this is certainly a nice place. Nicely lit. And we have one door, two doors, and a staircase leading down. Well, let's see. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Quite the place, if you ask me. Saws, pliers. Oh, what are you? A chisel? Maybe a file? A hammer? Oh, a knife. Tools of the trade. Oh. Nice. Alexander was certainly prepared.
15th of August, 1839. The blood wards are failing. The shadow beckons, and its cry disarms my actions. Hurry, no time to spare. You have to kill another. Alexander produces a knife. He wants me to cut the flesh. Do it. Save yourself. He is a murderer, Daniel. He is evil. A cold-blooded killer. Hurry.
Well, who are you to decide that? Now, I do believe the previous warding of ceremony happened on the 9th, and this is on the 15th. So it did work for a bit. Bag over the head, and a knife to stab into the heart. Now this is interesting because this is in the past. But can we rewrite the past? No. We are stuck remembering what we have done. There is no changing the past. And just as Daniel is forced to relive this moment in his memories, we are forced to carry out his actions in this game. Twisted idea, developers. Twisted. But I salute your efforts.
Alexander, you must let me be. I have to concentrate. Take the man, cut the lines, cut the flesh, watch the blood spill, let it come.
For the record, I have not done anything, so I assume that was Alexander painting the lines, but I find it somewhat almost humorous how Daniel is distressed here for a number of reasons, and he tells Alexander to just let him be. Like, stop telling me how to do my job. I know how to cut up a man, okay?
Please, I didn't do anything. Paint the man, cut the lines. Paint the man, cut the lines. Please, the man cries. Now you see. I did well. One life for another. You hear me, guardian of the orb? I did all this for you. Now, once more, withdraw your shadow from my domain.
Intriguing. I still don't have my lamp.
Alexander, there isn't much time. I can feel it. We must act swiftly. I will do whatever it takes.
Oh, the petals. Okay, calm down then. That's probably not real. Now, if this is a dream, then my oil is not depleting. But it is. Okay, this is not a dream. You're not there. You are certainly not well, maybe. Is it possible that I missed you by any chance when I was walking down this corridor? Probably not. Well, let's see what's behind door number 2. More tools. Ooh. Tinderbox, thank you. You see, this is all for research of the anatomy. No. Actually, there is a bit of an interesting tale to be mentioned here, and I do not know the names. I do apologize for that, but a long time ago, in ancient Greece, I do believe, there was a scientist of sorts, let's say, who was really quite interested in the workings of the human body. And he cut people up to learn about what's happening inside of a body, and a lot of biological knowledge, a lot of things about anatomy was in a way discovered by him, and I do believe his student it was. No, I do believe in that story he went to, if I'm not mistaken, Egypt, and presented his idea to the leader there that he would need bodies to, you know, cut up and see what's happening inside. And he was given prisoners, condemned people, and he cut them up indeed, but while they were alive. And back then, no such thing as anesthesia or painkillers much. So this here is twisted. This is a fictional game trying to be terrifying, which it is. But I do believe if you know about history, it is even more terrifying at times, because you know that such things in a way happened. And there is a reason why a word in English exists for an autopsy carried out on a living human. It's called a vivisection. And just the existence of that word brings up concern, because a word only exists if there is a need for it. So whatever Daniel and Alexander did here, such things happened in real life. And there's a really good chance that even worse things have happened in real life as well. Most people are just lucky enough not to know about them. But I also find it interesting how much Daniel is capable of doing. How terrible things this otherwise good man is capable of doing just to survive. Just because he is hunted down by the shadow, he does anything that Alexander tells him to do. After the man had secured the prisoner, the ritual began. It's still there? Oh, okay. So now we have 2. Ooh, they even have physics. Swing. And swing. Do you have physics too? Ah, come on. Yes! The bodies have physics. It's really important. After all, we are playing a game. Right. Oh, so this is why it was called the entrance, because this is just the beginning of this area. The main hall. Something died inside of him that day. Watching that man slip away was more than his mind was willing to handle. Indeed, it's interesting killing someone, the effects that it can have on a human mind. Okay, great. I can see a bloody thing.
My intentions, Daniel. Salvation. It used to be yours, but now you only seek misplaced revenge. How do you justify your violence? Is it for the greater good? Are you doing the world a service? It is you who caused all this pain and death. If you had accepted your fate and submitted to the orb when you first discovered it, none of this would have happened. It is curiosity in league with your selfishness that is killing us both.
In a way, I have to say that Alexander is not wrong. In a way. Because indeed, if Alexander wasn't sent a letter by Daniel, if Daniel I have no clue what just happened. If Daniel didn't try to escape the shadow would have just killed him and problem solved. However, that does not justify why Alexander did all of this. And let's be honest, even if Daniel didn't send the letter, Alexander would have continued his research. So let's not be fooled by that. Bones. Fantastic. What is this place even? Let me say, it will be quite lovely to explore it with this thing around. Ooh. The architecture is changing here, and this is interesting. This seems more otherworldly, and I do not like that Iron Maiden. What are you hiding? The forger stood absolutely still. The casket has been closed, but a faint light made its way inside. A myriad of spikes pointed at him, glittering as they waited for his body to slip just for a moment. His knee jerked and he felt blood trickle down his leg. In pain, his head fell slightly forward. It took him a while to realize his eye had punctured and begun to leak. However, that... Ow! Exactly what I wanted to say. That means you can stay inside of it and not get hurt as long as you stay still. It is a hiding spot. And the tool of torture. Quite a cruel piece of torture, because normally the spikes would pierce the body inside the Iron Maiden right away, and so the person dies fairly quickly after the casket, as it was called, is closed around them. In this case, they survive as long as they can try to stay still and not touch the spikes. Cruel game. Oh, what's that? A piece of the orb. Huh. No, I am almost certain that we will get attacked here. But maybe I am wrong. Welcome in, Cheesy. Based Amnesia Gamer. I'm not sure how based I am, but this is the first, well, it is actually the second time that I'm playing this part of the game. However, I have completely forgotten the first playthrough. That was a long time ago, so I am rediscovering what I even need to do here. And in this thick red mist, wandering a creature. Oh, a bridge. Well, let's see what's here. And what is this sound? Like something running on the ground. Quite an interesting place, I must say. Oh, wonderful. Apparently we are going the other way. I can only hope that these creatures have the eyesight of a human, and so much like me, they can see a bloody thing here. Alright, this is not a small place. And that is concerning because I don't know where I am. Not the slightest. Now what is this? This is the fungi I need. The tissue is quite soft and should be possible to break open. Well, what do we have to break it open with? Hammer and chisel. Alright. I guess a hammer and chisel can be used for many things. Picking mushrooms is just one of them. Poison gland. The gland from a poisonous mushroom. Or is that a brazen bull?
Help her! Find a way!
That is indeed a brazen bull of a sort. The traitor did not know what to think of the brass bull as he was forced to enter it. Only when the heat of fire began to scorch his skin and cook his flesh did he realize it was to be his tomb. His screams of pain echoed inside the brass chamber and traveled through the complex instrument which was the bull's head. Outside, the man could hear the brazen bull below. Indeed, there is a tale about the brazen bull. However, its existence is still up for debate. I don't think it was ever found. It is said that a cruel ruler commissioned this piece, and I do believe a Greek person who created it told this ruler that he made the bull in such a way that in its mouth there was a specific pipe where, as the air got hotter and hotter, the person inside would try to breathe through. And so when they exhaled and inhaled, that sounded like a bull. And so the ruler forced its creator inside the bull, and he became its first victim. I do believe the story goes that after the ruler died, the brazen bull was thrown into the ocean, never to be found again, and that's one of the reasons why it's up for debate if it was ever really a real instrument of torture and the method of execution. In a way, I do believe even the Iron Maiden is partially a myth. It's not necessarily proven that it was used. Well, the point is, never climb inside one, but you can light it. Alright. And no, I can't open it. Yes, indeed. Apparently, at Frictional Games, the developers really dug up quite a lot of torture methods. I could have an entire video or live stream about this, just reading the articles about all of these cruel inventions. I'm curious if I can go across here, maybe. So I found 2 pieces of the shattered orb, and I do believe there are 6. Oh, frick yeah. He's still here. And he still sounds like an old cranky door. Now the question is there anything here that I might need to check? Holy moly, this place is indeed huge. Give me a map, would you? Well, apparently we did find something, so let's check it. We did find the poison gland of the mushroom or fungi.
The wheel is good for keeping your victims still during the procedure. They can be bound around the circumference or simply stretched across, tying limbs to the spokes and rim. All tools are by this point useful, and you may administer the torture in any way you like. But the forte of the wheel is the gaps. When you have decided that the victim shall die, you can smash their limbs with a hammer, making them fold in between the frame.
But they'll die. Too quickly, I mean.
No, don't worry. The human body is much more resilient. They can survive for days until they finally succumb.
No, this conversation is a curious one, because here Alexander is in a way explaining the workings of torture to Daniel. But why? Now we know that the second warding ritual happened on the 15th. So really quickly, Daniel just plummeted deeper and deeper into the madness of Alexander in a way. Because just a week earlier, he was horrified by even killing someone, and now they are torturing people, and Daniel says that they would die too quickly, which indeed, in this case, is a problem. But let's be honest, most people wouldn't have that reaction. And yes, the wheel. Indeed, it was a real form of torture. There is no fiction here. The murderer's limbs were tied to the spokes of the wheel. They turned the wheel slowly, but with intent, so the rope secured around his leg stretched and cracked the bone. He no longer had the strength to scream. The two men looked at each other knowingly and took a hammer and struck the victim's chest in a final act of mercy. Was that mercy? Really? In a way, it seems that Daniel was still trying to lie to himself that this is merciful, but then again, the descriptions still say murderer. But I have a feeling these were not murderers. They were just captured people from around the area. So maybe that was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and in this case, Daniel's mind. Maybe that was too much for him to accept, that while he believed that these people he was hurting and killing and torturing were murderers, once he realized that they were just innocent people, he could not accept it anymore. but who knows. Also, I'm quite curious, are there multiple enemies here? Because I went quite far. And this creature followed me. Yes, this was the first bridge, I do believe, that I didn't cross. Now, one thing nice about this place is that there are some light sources. I'm honestly not even sure what they are, or what this red mist is, but because of this, I don't have to worry about my lamp or my oil, but I certainly feel lost. Oh, that's the bridge. Oh, I see, so this goes around. Interesting, interesting. Well, I do believe we found most of the things we were looking for. Not necessarily everything. We found 3 rooms and 3 pieces of the orb. Its texture and color are constantly changing. And we found the poisonous gland. So I think that's a good start. Let's go back. Carefully cutting the man open made him think, this is how father must feel about his craft, being an artisan, relying on one's skill to perform something so delicate, grants a certain form of pride. Yes. Back in the days, and those days weren't so long ago, there were indeed professional executioners. They were part of society in a way, even though most people didn't like to go near them. Be that superstition or just their work being frowned upon. But it was a real craft, and it was mostly a lineage in a family. So the family business was being an executioner, and even that has its tricks. It might be disturbing, but it's true. Well, the bodies are not hanging anymore. Hopefully they are also not walking around. Such filth, he thought. Good men can safely cheer their departure, and they are nothing but a burden to mankind. They shall not be missed. That's an interesting line. But I do like the lines describing the tortures.
How are things coming?
Oh, great.
Looks like you cleaned out the choir. Head for the transept and find the rest of the ore pieces.
Thank you. Apparently we did good. Now let's see what else we have here. The remaining ore pieces can be found in the transept. Alright. So, one interesting thing about these descriptions, and why I said that I like how they are written, is not necessarily because they are horroristic, even though I do find the writing style nice. But what is quite interesting here is, as I mentioned earlier, we heard, and it was explained more and more, what kind of things Alexander has done. And the game and the developers really nicely and slowly let the player see more and more and understand more and more. In the beginning, we just hear about alchemy, and that's all good. And then Alexander is cutting up a few dogs. Well, that's not so good. And then we hear about people being abducted, but we don't quite know why yet. And then there are the dungeons, and people are getting killed, but they are getting killed probably quickly, right? But then we learn about that, not quite. Their life ends in agony. And here we actually not see, but read about what happened during these torture sessions. And I even said earlier that I'm curious how the game will depict that, because it's difficult. Do you show it? Do you make it a memory that you can maybe hear? Something like that. It's interesting. And instead, with certain parts in the entrance area, we had these conversations between Alexander and Daniel, which is also interesting, because if only Alexander did these things, if it was only him, and Daniel never got so deep into this madness, then Daniel couldn't remember these things. So then the developers could have only given notes or journal entries, maybe of Alexander's, that explain what happened. However, now we know that in this short span of a few days, Daniel got from being terrified of killing someone to torturing people. But though still, there is that one last piece of reason that they are bad people. And I'm curious how the game will show us that moment when even that hope is ripped away from Daniel. And he realizes that he's not doing anything good. He is really just doing whatever he needs to do for his survival, for his own selfish reason. And he's maybe not better than Alexander in many ways. Of course, Alexander has been doing it for much longer, but Alexander's reason was that he wants to go back to his love and to his world and all that. Daniel's reason is he wants to survive. That's all. So in a way, both are selfish reasons. Especially if you think about how much misery both of them cause to people. Now, in quantity you cannot really compare, because Alexander is hundreds of years old and Daniel has been here for 2 weeks. But still, it is frightening how quickly Daniel allowed himself to go as far as Alexander when he's been going slowly through the ideas of alchemy and animals and people and killing and torture and all those, whereas Daniel just got here And as we know, Alexander doesn't really look at human lives valuable, because he thinks as this different creature, and I do believe in certain cases he talks about people as kind of lowly creature. They are not really on the same level as he is. Whereas Daniel is just a scientist. He is a person, and he is willing to do all this. So that is quite concerning. But go to the transept. The thick liquid spread across his tongue. He swallowed excessively to consume every drop. He looked through the window at the widespread forest and the morning sun. Will this ever end? He thought. Was that Daniel and the elixir that caused his amnesia? I have to say, this is a really lovely place.
How much more, Baron? How much more am I supposed to withstand? Kill me already! Kill me!
This one. Prepare him.
And even here, imagine the people hanging in these cages and the Baron walking amongst them here on the floor, and the voice acting is so spot on here, because he speaks with no emotion. He just states that this one will be the next, and he just gives the order to get him prepared. It shows that he is, I would want to say cold-hearted, but I think heartless is closer to the truth. Great. Yeah, whatever it takes. Who would have thought this is what it takes, Daniel? Alright, what do we have here? Ooh. That's an old one. And a terrible one. And the one detail here that you might overlook, and once again this is a real medieval torture method. The one detail that might be overlooked here is, if you imagine that someone is tied by their wrist and they are hung down and there are weights attached to their legs, that's bad. But you can imagine yourself just like holding on to something and hanging. It's not so terrible as long as the weight is not really great. However, the one trick of this that is actually nicely depicted here is that the arms are not tied in front of the body, they are tied behind, and so they are twisted out of the sockets just by the weight of the body itself. All the added weight is just further damage to what is already broken. At least I would assume. It is another case and example of just human cruelty, that someone came up with this idea. But indeed it has been done. And the weight of the body and the other one together is more than enough. Oh, the orb piece. Thank you. And I assume this will... pull up the chains. It's interesting that they added this detail when it makes really no sense that you can twist and turn this, but they gave the players a way to not be present but still experience what happened here somewhat indirectly, because it's so different in a game that you are not merely witnessing something, you are doing it, and in this case you are the one who is turning the wheel. And I think Daniel's sanity is slightly shit, which is not good, to say the least. I think Daniel's sanity is not too great. We're okay, apparently. I think I heard a saw. Oh yeah. Sawing it off. Come on, give me that. Gimme. Gimme. Gimme the tinderbox. And there's the ore piece. And I do think a grip mentioned that these ore pieces are bleeding madness, and I think maybe carrying 5 of them is not necessarily good for poor Daniel's pounding head. Oh yes, another real medieval torture method, and I wonder if this right here is the rope tying the hands or the entrails. Interesting. I'm not sure. It's really nice that in every of the torture chambers we actually have the depiction of the method. Maybe it was for the torturers to remember what they are supposed to be doing here. Also, interesting detail, the fingers there are quite odd. But yeah, another real one, and as much as someone would think that such a person would die quickly, no, they would not. As Alexander said, as heartless as it is, the human body can withstand a lot. And here again, the idea was to put the person in as much agony as possible. You could just saw off the head and you're done in a few minutes. This way, it's much longer. And there's the saw. The rapist hanged upside down, his tears soiled with blood flooding from his belly. The saw between his legs had lodged itself in the hip and wouldn't move any further. The man stepped back and waited for the victim to drain. Now here again, what the developers are doing is partially justifying these acts, which is a tricky thing, because everyone here is mentioned as a criminal, someone who has done terrible things, people are more accepting of what happened here. And in this case, this is a terrible form of torture. And just the description is gruesome. How indeed the saw blade, its teeth could get stuck in the bone. And the executioners, not bothering with continuing their work, would just let the victim, or in this case, the criminal, bleed out. An even longer and terrible way to go. However, they chose, and by they I mean the developers, they chose a terrible crime that can, in the minds of people, counteract this torture. And that's interesting, because if you say that this was just any innocent person, then this is terrible. This way it is terrible, but, and that but is what the developers are playing with. So it doesn't seem as cruel, or maybe it seems just as cruel but justified. Because people are like that. People are, most people, I should say, to avoid any simplification of the matter, but most people are more than willing to accept and even support terrible things if they think it is justified. Revenge is one of the nastiest things in this world, and the developers use that really cleverly. Now, the question here is, are these descriptions true? Because we know that Alexander had people kidnapped, and those people were just from the villages around. No reason behind why they were captured. They were captured because they were there. That's it. It was just out of necessity, and the easier the better in a way. However, Alexander did present these people and the entire dungeon to Daniel as his duty, because he is the Baron, and these people as criminals. And here, with every line, it is reassured in a way that these were criminals. But I don't think so. I think what the developers are doing is, in the beginning of the game we learn that Alexander is just terrible, but through text. We don't see anything. It's just notes and that's it. And then later on we remember things through the perspective of Daniel, and so every description is also written from his perspective, and that's why it says all the time that these are criminals. And I think later on there will be a moment where the game reminds you of what you knew from the get-go, that no, these were not criminals, but you as the player, just like how Daniel wanted to believe it so badly, that even though you knew it from the start that these were innocent people, you tried to lie to yourself and believed that they were terrible criminals just so you can feel better. And that's a really clever thing from the developers, if they really can pull that off. If they can not only comment on what kind of person Daniel is, but also comment on the nature of people by showing the player that there's a good chance that they did the same. And that is clever. So let's go and let's see what they did. The grate covers the drainage pipe. Well, let's open it. The blood needs a vessel. Oh, right, blood. That's one thing we need. The blood cannot be reached. Find a way to lower the vessel to collect the blood. Well, here's some rope. Really? Really, it would be too easy. Well, I have the wooden crank. Oh wait, that might actually work from this. Let me think. We have to be a bit more creative here. I will need some rope. Alright, let's come back here later. At least this place seems to be safe-ish. That was the last of my oil, wasn't it? I'm quite sure that the answer is yes. Yes, that was the last of my oil. Oops. That's a problem. Well, they said dark descent. Certainly is.
The cradle is ready.
Good.
You're a man. How can you partake in this?
Is he all right?
He is one of the wicked. Don't pay his lies any attention.
I'm not a bad man. It was an accident.
He set a man on fire.
It wasn't my fault. Why won't anyone listen?
That's horrible.
Of course. We are dealing with monsters here.
Again, Alexander trying to paint a different picture. But interesting little detail that in one of the cells in the dungeon there was this person who, I don't know if it was in a note or a memory, that he said that it wasn't his fault that this person died because they should have known not to run into a burning house. And maybe this is the same person, which would be an interesting continuation in the game, that we see people in different places and stages in their life. But here again, Alexander is telling Daniel that this person is bad and everything he's saying is a lie and there are monsters here, and that's so easy to accept that because it makes things easier. If you take someone and see them as less than human, then it becomes so much easier to do unhumane things to them. And that is the trick of war. And that is what Alexander is using here. And that's why I always say that critical thinking is important, even in games. That when there are two clashing opinions, like in this case. There's Alexander and there's the stranger, and obviously you want to believe Alexander because you know him more than the stranger. But let's not forget what the stranger said, that he is not a bad man. What if that's true? And actually let's look into it, and I think that is what happened, and Daniel actually did. But I will actually go up here because this seems to be a more well lit area. Also, was that person there before? I really hope there are lanterns here and plenty of oil. This staircase is terrible. Ah, yeah, all the... I think I saw Alexander before in a painting. He didn't look like that. I think that Botox really did him dirty. Interestingly, Daniel is not even affected by that image. But interestingly, we are back to the upper parts of the castle. Give me oil. Thank you. And that means that we are back with the old style of the red walls, and the painting is back to normal. How fascinating. Just for a moment you could see the truth. Alrighty. Oh, what's that? Notes on torture. Ooh, this will be good. These are quite... Okay, let's start that again. There are quite a few things to be said about torture. I had figured that the reaction I would get from the victims would be highly individual. Thankfully, this is not the case. The humans all have a very similar approach to dealing with physical pain and the terror of anticipation. I can't stress enough the importance of restraining the victims before proceeding. Even the most timid creature can break out in fits of violence where their strength exceeds their expected prowess. If proper care has been put into breaking the victim, this should not be a problem, but it will also hinder the effect I am after. The right steps to take are therefore to restrain while the victim is still dazed. Proceed by presenting the form of torture you are about to apply, and then to continue with the actual act. And that explains the pictures, the drawings on the wall. I said jokingly that those were so the executioners knew what they have to know, what to do, but no, that was not the case. That was to show the soon-to-be victim what is waiting for them. That is the terror of anticipation. Again, a real trick in the book, but a terrifying one. The point of presentation is to infuse terror. The human mind is extremely efficient, as it will trigger itself into greater fear simply by imagining it. And let's remember the trick of horror. The greatest horror for someone is always the one that their own mind conjures. That's why in movies, in books, in anything, you don't want to show everything. You want to leave a few details out so the mind can fill in the blanks with the fears specific to that person. By applying pain, make sure to avoid massive damage, as it will prove more efficient if the process can be sustained. So, long story short, don't kill your victim too quickly. Also, apply the pain in doses, if possible with breaks to let the body settle. If you are whipping or cutting the victim, strike once. Wait for the pain to subdue, then strike again. So each one hurts just the same. As long as the body suffers, it will continue to produce the VT and saturate the blood with its properties. Only with careful performance will the victim yield maximum effect. If the victim doesn't behave as expected, it is likely that all will be for naught. Before this happens, feed them the amnesia drink and try again later. Oh, so that's why that drink is important. So it wasn't for the reasons I thought. It wasn't to maximize the maximum extracted amount of this VT that Alexander is after. It is in case the torture goes wrong, they can stop and try a new approach later on. So in a way, they are maximizing the process, but not the way I envisioned it. The point here is not to waste a person. And I'm quite sure that is because Alexander wouldn't like to go through the hassle of finding another one. However, it is interesting here that this liquid that he wants, it sounds a bit like adrenaline, something the body produces when feeling pain. I'm not quite sure about that, but I would be interested what is the real life counterpart of this is, if there is one, and not just made up. Nah, let's see, do we have anything else? New raid, Genspin! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Hi, hello. Welcome in, raiders. I'm the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the torturous chambers of Amnesia, a dark descent. I just played this and finished it. Oh, did you like it? Did you enjoy this wonderful game? It's my second time playing it, but the first time was so long ago I mostly forgot. It's such a good game. Yes, I did. It's amazing. Well, I don't know how much is ahead of me. I'm currently looking for the last piece of the orb, if I'm not mistaken, so I would say I'm quite close to the ending. Yeah, it was also my second time, but I also forgot everything. It's a quite old game, released in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. You're pretty close, yeah. Thank you for telling me. In that case, I might be able to finish today, and thank you for the follow. We reached our follower goal, 135. And why is that important? Because that means I will be returning to Oddworld maybe next week to rescue more Mudokons. But for now, let's see what we have here. Some twine, because obviously we couldn't possibly use all the rope hanging around. We need this rope. Well, it's a string. A tough string made from hemp. Great. Now, let's remember what Alexander has to say. Is it you, my love, I miss the most? Or is it perhaps myself? I know what I have become. I am not blind. I am a monster to them. A demonic sultan perched on a dark mountain top. There is little I can do to redeem myself. The Black Eagle fears me, and after Napoleon's defeat, it is only a matter of time before they will demand my head on a platter. I must remove myself from this land. This time it must work. If I can't return home now, I shall perish. This is also interesting, how Alexander is aware what he became. So all the things that he has done, maybe even in his own world, with his own creatures or species, it's not exactly the norm. Or at least he is aware that in this world what he's doing is terrible. And that he is a monster in the eyes of people. But he still does it. Now, I said when I was back in the room where he dissected the dogs that the notes really nicely paint this picture how he spiraled into this insanity of a sort, going from alchemy to experimenting on animals, then to humans, and now to pretty much perfecting torture to extract this agonized blood. And maybe I'm still not sure enough to say that Alexander once was a decent creature, but maybe he really got worse throughout the centuries, and he is aware of that. I'm not sure. And that's why I said that in a way Alexander and Daniel are not necessarily so different, because they are willing to do pretty much anything for their own goal. In the case of Daniel, that is surviving the shadow. In the case of Alexander, that is to return home, even though because Alexander is the one helping, and because the orb is a central part to each of their problems, the way they try to achieve those goals is pretty much the same, and quite terrible. But I think now we can go and get the blood.
Shimmering blue light.
Yes, wasn't there a body in one of these cages? I remember there was a body in this one cage. I remember also. That cage is not hanging. There is a curve in the chain. That's not normal, Daniel. Are you going insane again on me? Let me see. A slight headache. That's no reason for going insane just yet. Now we have some oil, so let's run through here ever so quickly. As much as I thought I was managing oil decently, it seems like I wasted too much. Now what I want to combine these two. Haha! Glass jar on a string. Isn't that ingenious? The glass jar has a string tied around it. I know, I just created it. Ho ho, we're fishing for blood. Yeah? Glass jar of blood. It is filled with blood. Daniel, your observation skills, they are beyond this earth. Now, we are good here. So now all I have to do is check the last room that I couldn't. But now I have the oil to do so. I really hope that nothing will try to attack me here, because I'm not in the best of situations here. Yeah, that is indeed the cradle, as Alexander mentioned.
Do anything, whatever you want. Anything. I'll do anything. I've been upset.
Oh, that sound was not pleasant. I can see you there. Do we have a drawing of this torture method? Or the developers, they are not show it. So the idea here, let me actually light something so I don't waste all of my oil. So the idea here is, as you can see, there is this nice pyramid shape, and you take the victim, or the torture victim in this case, and you make them sit atop this contraction. And as you can see, there are chains down here. Now this is odd, because this suggests that the person would be chained down to the ground. Normally, I do believe how this torture method was carried out was by placing weights on the legs of the victim, just like with the one where they were hanging up by their arms, or hanged up by their arms. This is maybe a different version of it. It's just as terrifying. But let's hear what happened. The arsonist, so yes, this is the person who set that fire, kept crying as he was slowly lowered on and off the impaler. It didn't take much to break him. They had meant for him to die, but the torture was working beyond their expectations. It wasn't the method, it was the arsonist. He was different from the others. They could make him forget again. So was this person the one we heard the memories of in one of these cells, who said that he had cuts on him and he remembered that taste? So because he broke quickly, they could torture him more and more. Why this game is interesting to me is because many of the terrifying details are not from the minds of a game designer or anything like that. That's the shadow. Most of this you can find in a history book. They just made up a person called Alexander and said, let's take all the torture methods from the medieval times or anything that we know of and make a museum out of it, like this one. This is not fantasy to a certain degree, and maybe that's why it works so well. Even though there are layers to it in a way. Because if you imagine some of these torture methods that already has a terrifying effect. If you know that they are real, that's another level of terror. I think I've been here as well. I just don't know why I left the door open. Mostly I closed them so I remember. Well, I knew someone was here. I knew it. You tried to gaslight me, you dead body, you. Well, they did done it. The fear had begun to drown him again. He reached once more for the empty bottle of laudanum. In frustration, he smashed it against the bedpost. Huh. Who was that? That again sounds like Daniel. Why would they give laudanum to the torture victims? Then again, who knows? In the twisted mind of Alexander, anything can happen.
I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients for Wire's tonic before attempting to mend the orb, there might still be a chance for you to save me. Please, my fate is in your hands.
So I guess we really do have the opportunity here to choose.
All the orb pieces you need.
Yes, yes, you said that already. I'm trying to think.
But if you could find it in your heart.
So we actually have the blood. We have the poison gland. And we have the mucus. So we have everything we need for that tonic. The only thing we don't have is a place to put it together. I guess that would be the laboratory. So let's try to break this. Cannot use this item this way. Well, I would like to. Wait, what if I just throw something at the door and that breaks it? What if I overcomplicated my approach here? Maybe a rock or something could break this. Once again, I ran out of light sources, did I not? This is interesting. I'm pretty sure I would need... I would need the laboratory to make this tonic. Or can I just do this? Probably not. Can't add anything directly into the blood. The substance needs to be purified first. Yes, that makes sense. Can be combined by hand. According to the note, the tonic has to be made with care. Yes, yes, that makes perfect sense, actually. Do we have anything else? Specific tonic, yes. I have the 3 ingredients. The orb is needed to enter the inner sanctum. And I found those. This is the only place that I have not visited yet. The thick liquid spread across his tongue. He swallowed excessively to consume every drop. He looked through the window at the widespread forest and the morning sun. Will this ever end? He thought. I think I read that before, but I haven't been here before. At least I don't think so. Oh, goodness. Good for me. Ooh, pretty. Shit! Ow! Ow! Sleep. That's what I'm doing. Ow. Hazel spent all summer in bed. He used to read to her after helping father with his work. In his mind, he was like Scheherazade, and as long as he kept telling the story, she would not die. So this was part of the game. Now, thank you for bringing me here. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, that sound. That bird sound.
You had me worried. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to do with you. I hold no grudge against you, Daniel. We are so very much the same, you and I. Did you really drink from the amnesia mixture? It does explain so much of your behavior. You never did finish what you set out to do. You talked about redemption, how you would face the orb's shadow and save our work, and me. I will grant you another chance to redeem yourself. You can wait here and stop the shadow. Thank you, friend.
Oh, I see. So Alexander's idea is that I stay here, the shadow kills me and then stops. But I don't think it would stop. It would go after the globe. Rather, the orb. It's called an orb. Why did I call it a globe now? Silly me. The door is locked. Let's see. We didn't lose anything. That's lovely. And my sanity and health is perfect. That wasn't a monster. It helped us. The cell door is locked. Find another way out. Oh, Daniel, you beautiful idiot. You. Well, I can use this to get higher up, maybe? Maybe not. Hole in the wall. Bucket. I don't really see many ways out of here. But that won't stop me. I will find a way out of here. Later or sooner. Hopefully sooner. That's probably the shadow. This is logged. I don't think this would help. Yeah, what a surprise. This is no good. This is by no means good. We really seem to be stuck here. I don't see any structural weakness here. The only clue I had was the bed, that we could move it. But what if I don't need to break out of here? What if the shadow will do that for us? Or there are a few bars here broken, as you can see. Haha! Can I move the bed? No, I can't. Wonders. Oh wait, I can pick you up. Yes, I can pick you up. Wonderful. Don't know why that's so important, but I can, so that's good. Not to be rude, but I'm kind of in a hurry. I think I would need to move the bed, honestly, but it's stuck in the gunk. Okay, that's closer. Come on, bed! Don't be like that. Don't be a bad bed. Be a good bed. You can save my bacon here. If you'd be so nice and actually move. Oh, come on. Or maybe we have to do something else. What if I hurt the shadow with this? No, I cannot use it this way. Maybe I can break this. No. I think I just need to jump out, honestly. And this is exactly the right size. And it's exactly why I couldn't tip it over. I think. Because if you tip it over, then you kind of screwed, and the developers knew that. However, it doesn't really want to move, the fricker. Okay. I think we're good. Ha. Well, of fucking course now you do that. Now, why is this good? So wait, if I wait long enough, then it breaks me out? I just did it at the right time. I can barely believe that. But what would be the point of giving your way out once you are out? Who knows? But we are out. That's what matters. Except I have no clue where I really am. Another prison of sorts. Last prisoner note. There is little left to say. I write solely to prevent myself from revisiting the memories of these last few days. If I am fortunate, I will fall asleep and time will pass without effort. I have begun to wean myself of my prison. When I first arrived, I felt like I was being buried inside a tomb, but now I feel the closed walls comforting me. As long as I am in here, there is no pain. The walls protect me from the outside. I even left earlier as one of my wardens dropped the key down the pipes. It gave me hope for a second, thinking I could escape if only I could somehow reach it from here. In my dreams, Alexander, I am king. In my dreams, I best you and escape your clutches, and return with all the knights of the realm carrying pistols and sabers. In my dreams. Interesting. Who was here? Who was this last prisoner? We don't know. Thank you for the oil. Ooh. Yeah, that sure killed a person. Lo and behold, a dead body. And the tinderbox. So we actually got a clue here about the whereabouts of the key. But it's interesting how it says one of the wardens. The wardens being these creatures? Oh, laudanum. And a wooden bucket. Why do I need a wooden bucket? Good question, but I have a feeling I know. Let's see. This will be closed. Exactly. Find a key to open the door leading out of the area. Well, that is down there. That is where they dropped the key. And so I have to pull this up. But there's no bucket. But I have a bucket. Now for a moment I actually thought I would need this wooden crank for this here, but again, no. Odd. I'm curious what that will be good for, or maybe I skipped that entirely. Now if they drop the key in there, there's a good chance that the key is at the bottom of the water. But even if it's not, you wouldn't get it with the first bucket full. Bucket of water. It is filled with water. Huh. Cannot use this item this way, so... Wait. This is not where they dropped the key. Huh. Well, it said that they dropped it at a drain. But I assume it must be... There is a key in the pipe, but it can't be reached. Yes, but it has to be in this room, and that's why we needed the water. To flush out the key. Ha ha ha. What an idea. What an idea. There's the rusty key. I'm curious, what does it say? Rusty key, an unmarked key. Well, I'm pretty sure it goes here. I think I should be moving. You see, Alexander, I am already a dead man walking. I might as well face you. Before the oil runs out in my lantern. Nice sequence. I have to give it to the developers once again. A good chase scene. And the shadow catching up to us. I'm curious, where will we end up? Back here. When Hazel turned 15, she had lived 3 years longer than Dr. Tate had foreseen. Her parents had given up from exhaustion and decided to have her committed for permanent treatment at Canterbury Hospice, but she was still alive. She had embraced him and wished him... I'm not sure who that is actually about, and I'm not sure where we are. Oh wait, I do know where we are. I know exactly where we are. This is the 4th room, the one that was closed. No, wait, no, this isn't. This is a different place. What does it say, Daniel? Read it. Alexander became silent. He didn't know what to say. He could no longer recognize his friend sitting across the carriage.
18th of August, 1839. Tonight, we will unlock the power of the orb and ultimately banish the shadow hunting me. I feel it closing in on me, and I fear for my life more than ever. Just outside Altstadt lies a small settlement where Zimmerman, a dairy farmer, lives with his wife and 3 children.
What have you done, Daniel?
Took the coach, went there. Our visit was unexpected, and Alexander was able to strike Zimmerman down without alerting the others. As he went to take care of the farmhands, I began to look for the children.
Were they criminals too, Daniel?
We should have more than enough prisoners to finish the ritual now.
Were they bad people? The crying had stopped and he could hear a whisper coming from the cell. They were up to something and he would have to punish them. So no, Daniel remembered what he has done. But developers, children, really? You dared to go there? Well, let's see how far you dared to go exactly. The petals once again. Now let's see. Nothing happened here. And we actually do not have this piece of paper. Oh, but we do. The visit. Alright. I'm still curious what is here. Well, let's lower the bucket or whatever it is and let's pull it up. I'm really quite curious why this water seems to be boiling. It's that bit odd. But I do not have the bucket anymore. Let's see what's here. And where we really are. Indeed, I was right partially. This is the fourth door. Except there is no going down anymore. Well, that seems to be blocked. And this is, well, let's say unreachable as well. Ow! But this will lead us where we need to go. At least it's good that I have the load on them. Hey, I do remember lighting a torch here. I don't have much oil left, just for the record, so I'd greatly appreciate a light source. Yeah, that was about that. Well, we made it here. Ow! Wasn't the door. Ow! Well, there's the laboratory. I think I need a laudanum after that. Thank you. Now, what do we have here? More tinder boxes. Dear game, I understand that tinder boxes are great, but I don't know if you noticed that most of the torches were, I don't know, stolen by someone. Do you have any oil here, perhaps? Doesn't seem to be the case. Well, we go ahead. and hope for the best.
Dad, I thought I'd lost you. The castle trembled and I could hear the chancel collapse. The laboratory might be accessible now.
Because obviously I couldn't have opened that laboratory.
Time is running short.
Yes, yes, I'm going back to the laboratory. Welcome in, Safely. Thank you for the lovely brick, but I would need some sort of light source, rather. Well, let's see what we have to do. We have 3 items that we have to work with here. We have the bone covered in mucus, and we need the mucus. We have a gland from a poisonous mushroom, and we have to somehow crush that and extract the fluids, and then we have the blood that we need to distill into another form. I've been lurking while napping. Oh, how was your nap? I hope it went wonderfully. Now let's open this up. No, that was quite the opposite of opening it up. I'm not sure if this is happening in the way I envisioned it, but I think I need to put this inside of it, and then let's crank. Should not squeeze the juice out of the gland until container is placed properly below. Well, you are actually not wrong there, Daniel. You are actually not wrong. What's this? I'm wondering what I need to do exactly here. Do I have any other sort of container I could use, or do I need the one with the blood? I think I will need the one with the blood. So we have to do that first. But I do like that the developers paid attention even to this. Also, this kind of crushing machine was also a torture method back in the days, used for heads. And also there was a different one for fingers and toes. So even the laboratory of Alexander is in a way a torture chamber. Oh, I have some oil left. Wonderful. Goodness. Do I put the blood here? Or no, it wouldn't make much sense if I boil the blood. Let's see. The blood needs to be purified before putting anything else into it. Okay, so the purification is done by boiling it. No object to use it item. Oh, okay. Oh, so that's gas coming from the table. All right. I don't know where the gas is coming from. I was a bit bewildered by why there is a pipe coming from here and not from up here that could maybe collect some sort of distilled liquid, but alright. Okay, so now we boil the blood and that is what Alexander needed. This is it. Just boil it. The tonic is not yet done according to various instructions. Incomplete tonic. Alright. Oh yeah, there exists one for Tums. My uncle liked to joke about these. My, what an uncle. I see you have quite a knowledge about torture devices as well. Well, I think the idea here is that I put the bone here and then I close it and then the mucus on it will be turned into gas, go through this long cold tube, turn back into a liquid, and then nicely drip into our incomplete tonic. But I will try to do that without placing the glass jar there. I'm pretty sure the game will tell me that's a bad idea. Should not proceed with the heating process until a container is placed properly. Indeed. So the blood and this container was the most important part of this entire procedure. Where's the bone? In theory, I only needed the mucus on it, not the entire bone. Alright. No object. I want to put it under it. Is there a hole there? Huh, probably. Alright, let's squeeze it. Yeah, that's it. Nah. Wires tonic. Or wires tonic, based on how I hear it. Yes, 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 I'm on my way, calm down. Ow! Shit.
First, feed me the tonic, and then use the saw to remove my head. As the tonic begins to work, you'll be able to cut off my head without taking my life. Then, take my head and bring it with you. As you enter the gate, Alexander is opening into the inner sanctum. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you enter the gate? We can't argue now. You need to act.
Wait a moment. So far.
Powerful. Not the way I hoped.
Shut up.
I've done all that I can to escape this prison. But now, I use all my strength merely to stay alive.
So wait a moment. That's some kind of instructions. Yes, so when I first met with Agrippa, he said that I have to find the pieces of the orb, put them together to get into the inner sanctum. Okay. Then he asked us to make this tonic that would help him. Fair enough, I made the tonic. And now he just casually mentions that I have to cut off his head. How will that affect poor Daniel's sanity? He already has a slight headache. And also, I don't have a soul. Just want to mention that. And there are spikes all around you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, here's your tonic. The tonic is completed according to various instructions. Oh, come on.
Quickly, off with the head. And then, whatever happens.
Where's the soul? What do you mean quickly off with the head? I don't have a soul. I have an iron bar. Cannot use this. Okay, I need to find a soul first.
I've always hoped Fire would return and give me a second chance.
Oh, shut up.
That's why he keeps me here, as a hostage, hoping Fire will reveal himself.
You never mentioned that I would need a soul.
You're
That-
a good boy, Doctor. And
You call me good boy once more and I will certainly chop your fucking head off.
take care of.
Can't I just like turn this off while I'm looking so you're not talking so much? Okay, the soul must be here somewhere. It has to be an obvious thing, right? That I'm just missing. Oh shit. Okay, so well, I have this chisel. Nah, not good. Wooden crank? No.
You're a good boy, Doctor.
You say...
I appreciate your confidence. things to take care of.
So, is there a saw here that I missed? Hammer. You didn't mention any such saws. Chop off your head, chop off your head. What do I use to chop off your head? No, there's nothing here. Maybe you just wanted that fancy cocktail. But so far, that's all he got. Ow!
No time for sitting around.
Wait, where's my shovel? I lost my shovel. That's what I wanted to use to chop off your head. Okay. There has to be a saw somewhere here.
I appreciate your comment, but I believe you have more important things to take care of.
Yes! I need a fucking saw. And I'm not finding one. Do I have to go through this hole to find one? Maybe. So. Where would I be if I was a saw? A bone saw. Like, why didn't you tell me it was on the other end of the freaking hole in the wall?
Hurry, Daniel. No
Oh,
time
just
for
shut
sitting
up.
around.
Maybe a guillotine would be useful. Yeah, that would be really useful, but then again, I wouldn't want to drag him all around the place, so a handy bone saw is more portable. A surgeon's saw used for amputation. Well, it can be used for anything. Yeah, that's it. That will help my sanity a whole lot. Picked up Agrippa's head, yeah. So let me see, what's my sanity is like now? Slight headache. Daniel, Agrippa's head, the severed head of Agrippa. Wonderful. Well, I guess we're going this way then. It's wonderful that this piece of the wall just happened to break out. And also it's interesting that I still have some items that I don't need to... It won't budge. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. This is not where I need to go. I thought it is, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I have to go back... Ow. Here. Because this is where I was captured. He had turned angry. It was easy to take her insolence and make her the villain in the story, but she didn't deserve to die. Even he could see that. Is this about that girl that tried to escape? Okay, so last time one of the guards found me here, but now I have a super weapon. Agrippa's head. Okay. Oh shit! Ah. What is going on? Why is my nose so itchy all of a sudden? Odd. Odd things are happening here, I'm telling you. Okay, what's my health like? Few cuts and bruises. Well, no wonder. Of course, yeah, sure. Ow! Sorry, I was just looking. Ah, come on. Alright, so we have... Shit! This is not the way, this is not the way, this is not the way to go. This is not at all the way to go. Oh shit! Ow! You have to carry on. I'm already carrying ahead. Stop telling me what to do. The fuck? But wait, where am I? Ow! Oh, I was thrown here. Okay. I guess I'm going here. Ow! Shit! Not to be rude, but this checkpoint was oddly placed, to say the least. What? So there's no enemy this time. Okay. So that's where I came from. This is not a place we will try to reach, and this is where the enemy was. So the idea is that if you come this way, an enemy will start chasing you. Or not. What? But there's a piece of paper here.
18th of August, 1839. I cannot believe what I have become. One of the girls escaped and I chased after her all the way upstairs. I hunted her down, and what is her life worth? How many lives can I take before I surrender my own? Sure, I would kill a murderer to save an innocent, but to kill an innocent to save myself? A cold-blooded murderer.
So this is interesting. One thing, as a gameplay element, it is interesting that no, I was able to come here and there's no enemies around. I'm not sure why dying changed not only the enemy's type, because first it was the one with the blade as an arm and then it was the original guardian kind, but now it just made the enemy altogether disappear. But I'm not complaining. But yes, this is what I was hinting at before, that with this last trip on the 18th, I do believe the note from Daniel that we read in the beginning of the game after taking the amnesia, well, not poison, but potion, let's call it, that's dated 19th, so that's this day, and this entire hunting down the family was the day prior. So what is interesting here is that Daniel is trying to save his life and at the same time killing others. So originally he killed one. That was the first warding off ritual on the 9th, and then on the 15th he killed another, but those were bad guys, right? And then I guess there were multiple people that he killed by torturing them, because again, those memories we can listen to, both Alexander and Daniel are present, right? But those are criminals, at least that's what Daniel thinks, and I'm still curious if that will be revealed. But apparently the big change, the big break for Daniel wasn't that it turned out that those prisoners were not criminals, and at this point that's actually a good question if they were or not. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe they really were criminals, but here they were going for innocent people, and that's the big difference, because in itself he is trying to save his body by taking or life. He's trying to save his own life by taking someone else's. And he's trying to justify it by saying that, well, that's a murderer, and he is not, but he becomes a murderer by doing this. But now there is a stark difference between killing a murderer and killing an innocent, and he realized that. And apparently the text on the loading screen, that wasn't about the girl who tried to escape, that I do believe Alexander then possibly killed, because we heard a conversation of sorts between that girl and Alexander. But this was this one girl from the family they found with the 3 kids. This girl was one of them, and that's why the text said that he, and by that the game possibly meant Daniel, he knew that this girl was innocent and he shouldn't die, but he still went after her to catch her and then possibly kill her. But I'm in a way happy that we got that the enemy killed us, because I was able to get this note. Otherwise I could have just maybe finished the game. What is this? Bucket of tar. Well, maybe we are not finishing the game just yet, apparently, because there's a bit more to it. And that deranged rambling there, that was possibly Daniel saying that he just wants to burn the entire castle to the ground for all that happened here. But look at this place, this is ginormous. Oh, I guess this is where we need to put the orb. So I couldn't have just ran through here. I need the orb. And I do have the orb, but... oh, I can light these as well. Ah, that's nice. I love how the game gave me in so many places these tinder boxes, but in certain areas the game did not provide anything to actually light. So the lantern is still the most reliable method in a way, because it's portable. Oh, so this is the last of the puzzles, maybe? Ooh. But I probably shouldn't touch those. I wonder what this machine is. Again, steam, as all the other machines. This is... this is steam powered as well. Okay, let's try to touch them. What a freaking surprise, they hurt. A wooden bucket filled with sticky tar. So I have 2 options here after I drink some laudanum. It's funny how I didn't drink any almost in the beginning of the game, and now it's just alright, let's drink more because I keep touching these walls. Put the head between those. Alright, let's try it. Cannot use this item this way. Shame. Let's try this one. No. Okay, then I guess it's the tar. No, it's not. So I can't use anything there? That's odd. It feels like this is a puzzle. It really does feel like it is a puzzle. It's not large enough to jam the cogwheel. So I was right about jamming it. This is too small. Well, let's try the hammer. Well, that's even smaller. Now, can I move this? No, I can't. Maybe the head is too small and squishy for that too. Well, it would be more like crunchy, but who knows? Let's try to find something that we can jam between those cogs. A rock. Let's try it. It's probably tough enough. Ow! That's such an odd sound. And funny enough, I have no clue why I did this. What was the point of this other than to destroy it? Because it's Alexander's, it must be bad. But apparently that had something to do with the gate here? No, it doesn't seem like it, so I have no clue why that was important. But I have to put these pieces together. Adhesive is necessary to make the ore pieces stick together, so that's why we need the tar, which is interesting because for Daniel's piece we did not need it. That just kind of stuck together on its own, but not this one. Restorer. Well, we restored it. Now can I go in there or I will get murdered? What's happening? Oh. Oh, it sparkles. So there was this slight argument with Agrippa that Daniel doesn't want to enter the gate. We'll see what will happen. The inner sanctum. The end. She cried and struggled as he pulled at her arm. Her flowery Sunday dress ripped and she fell into the mud. So the straw that broke the camel's back, the act that broke Daniel's mind, was killing an innocent girl. And that was the last of my oil. All fitting. The door will not open. Well, let's pull the lever. That's the only lever we have. Alright. Well, we seem to be safe-ish here. The door will not open. Oh, what did you scribble down this time? The heavy door is sealed shut. Search for a way to open it. Well, I have two guesses. Wrong lever. Kronk. Fortunately, we did not die for pulling this lever. Ooh. This once again looks much different. This looks like an archaeological dig. What is this?
19th of August, 1839. It's not fair. I'm not to blame. I've been manipulated by that demon. He played my guilty conscience and duped me into facing the shadow alone. That vile, conspiring man. He expects me to meet my death as he steals power beyond imagination? Alexander, I will kill you for what you have done. If only the Shadow had caught me in London or Algeria, I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. You made me a murderer. A monster. And now, I merely await my death. I am too weak to press on. I can hardly stand as my knees fail me. I cannot see as my eyes are dressed in tears. I am as broken as the men I've tortured. If only I could wipe my fear away, as we did with them.
So there is where the idea came from for this Amnesia mixture. Interesting. So indeed, he completely broke down under the weight of all that he has done. Interestingly, if I didn't miss any notes, it is not confirmed or revealed to Daniel that those prisoners might have been innocent as well, but certainly trying, or well, maybe actually killing this entire family. We don't know necessarily that he went through with the plan or not. I would guess Alexander did. This was too much for Daniel. Now, what is interesting here is that what it seems to be, and what seems to be happening, is after trying to ward off the Shadow, Alexander for some odd reason decided to ask Daniel to stay behind and stay in the castle and get killed by the Shadow and stall for time for him so he can use the orb to return to his own world. I'm honestly unsure if that was the original plan or not, because well, he promised Daniel to save him, so I'm not sure if there was really a plan where he wanted to save him or there wasn't. And if there was such a plan, then maybe that went south because of the Shadow moving too quickly. As it was mentioned to a certain degree that the Shadow was moving faster than Alexander anticipated, even in the beginning when they... I think when they originally took the orb to the inner sanctum or somewhere, and Alexander showed the power of it to Daniel, and the walls began to form these red fleshy growths, and the Shadow bleeding through. I think Alexander mentioned something that the Shadow was closer to them than he anticipated, and maybe that is what made him change his plans, and that's why he needed not only one but two warding off ceremonies. And then I guess the torturing was all to prepare a final kind of ceremony that he's trying to do now so he can go back home. So that wasn't necessarily part of the fight against the Shadow. Maybe that was to harness the powers of the orb, as Daniel mentioned it. But I'm quite unsure if maybe there wasn't a plan to save Daniel. It was all just a made-up lie by Alexander. But it's interesting how Daniel's mood and emotions in this one note go from broken and pained into angry and furious. He turned that pain into hatred, which is a dangerous thing to do, and in a way he blamed all of it on Alexander, when it wasn't necessarily Alexander. It wasn't all Alexander's fault to the degree that Daniel might want to believe. Obviously Alexander was in the wrong, but Daniel, as much as he was manipulated, he went along with all of this. So I'm not sure if there was a plan to save Daniel or there wasn't. Maybe there was in the beginning, and Alexander just kind of gave up on it, and then there wasn't. What is this? Okay. Okay, let's doing some more laudanum.
Never see it coming.
I can keep touching it. I'm okay. I'm just touching some bloody water. Yeah, I think I'm going insane. Oh, I can light something. Let me light that. I have so many of these. I can light all of them. Is it any better? Let me light that as well. Can I get a secret trophy for this? No? Okay. No. Let's try a few more times, maybe. Nah? If I light these as well? No, no. Okay. A trophy hunter can dream, as they say. Nah, let's see what's on this side. Same bloody thing. Wonderful. No note this time, just this. I'm sorry, I don't have more. No tinder boxes left. Terrible. I know, it's terrible. Do I have to faint here as well? Wound is bleeding badly. Don't worry, I have plenty of morphine. I think that's what I read is in laudanum. Okay, that's plenty enough, thank you very much. I guess that opened the door. No, it didn't? Well, that's a shame, because I wasted a lot of my resources and blood on it. Oh, I just had to stand here and collapse. Don't worry, I'm perfectly alright. Things are a tad bit blurry, but Daniel will be just fine. Okay, so what do I have to do? It would be quite funny if it turns out that there's just a lever that I have to pull and all of this is pointless. Okay, so I had to do some combination of these. Oh, this is not a good time to collapse, Daniel. This is a really poorly timed collapse, I have to say. Oh shit. Okay. This place is huge. Well, orb chamber. That's where I need to go. Alexander saw that the evening had had taken a toll on his friend's mind and barred him from the inner sanctum. He could no longer be trusted to be part of the ritual. So that's why he sent Daniel away.
Wondering if you were going to show up. I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good and evil. Such comforting concepts, but hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no good in me or evil in Agrippa?
Actually, it's a good point. But not one that I haven't thought about. Because in a certain way everyone here is evil and they have their own reasons. It's a good question what Agrippa's reasoning is. I couldn't quite make sense of that. Maybe he just wants to explore the world. So that's a good question. Alexander is not evil because of his goal, but because of the methods he used to achieve that goal. Now, granted, he realized, and let's say that he's right, that the only way for him to get home is through murdering and torturing people. Then what's the good thing to do? To give up on that goal? In a way, perhaps yes. Because how many people
You see it. A whole other world. Isn't it beautiful? I can finally return home.
I'm not necessarily happy about that. So I'm curious about this because, as I said, how many people, how many lives can Alexander trade for his own to return home? What is the right answer? And I think most people would say the right answer is 0. And the same is true for Daniel. Yes, he got into this situation with the orb and the shadow, but he never thought about maybe returning the orb, even in its shattered state. And in a way, even though he was the victim in the beginning, after he realized that people are dying around him, anywhere he went, he indirectly caused the deaths of others, and then directly when he killed people in the castle. So how many lives can you trade for your own? And in that sense, no one is in the right. No, I don't know what the game wants from me now, because it didn't tell me how I could stop Alexander. But Agrippa said that he wants to go through the gate, so let's throw Agrippa through it. So I couldn't do that, okay. Sacrifice. And let me guess.
Please, let me go.
The shadow is here.
Thank you, my friend. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. You will be celebrated forever.
No, here's the thing. As much as I did not chose this ending, because I do believe there are multiple endings to the game and it wasn't really clearly explained what you need to do to reach different endings, and I think you get to choose at the ending, at this or in this one room. In my opinion, it is fitting for Daniel to die. He, in a way, has to. Because of all the things he has done. And it's really fitting that he dies remembering the wails of those people he killed. And even if it started out as he being the victim, he didn't die that way, in my opinion. No, regarding Agrippa and Alexander, I would say that Alexander shouldn't get his wish granted and return home. I would think the real good ending is him dying to the shadow too, if that's possible. Agrippa, I don't know. I don't know enough about what he has done to decide that, honestly. But this is the end. Now, can I reload my save and potentially look at the other endings? I'm not sure, but we'll see. Can I continue? Okay, so my other idea
I was wondering if you were going to show up.
is...
I see Agrippa convinced you to run.
Can I get there? No, I can't.
Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am
So
I
what can I
the
do
villain?
here?
Good and evil. Such comforting concepts.
Oh,
But hardly applicable.
or I can
Are you so
mess
blind
with these
you
pillars.
see no good in me?
The pylon is unstable and on the verge of falling over, so maybe we could help with it. But for now, my idea is that once the portal opens, or rather Daniel, jumps into it. Can I do that? Because Alexander says that we can't, since Daniel is still tainted, but do we really want to believe Alexander? And I guess that's the only way to to have Agrippa go through the portal, because when I tried earlier to throw his head into the portal, it didn't work. So I guess this is the time you get to do something in case you want. I was just too caught up in the story to actually care about looking around. But hey, let's see what we can do here. I guess if I topple these pillars over, then no one can go through the portal. That would make sense. Really nice place, by the way. Really nice. You are indeed quite old. It shows. Not to be rude. Let's see, can I use Agrippa's head? The portal will be open very soon. Okay, so I couldn't go through it. Okay, let's try now. Benefactor. Okay, so Agrippa went through. And Alexander and Daniel got killed by the shadow. Where are we?
There he is. Do you see him, Vaya? He deserves so much more.
Where are we?
Help him. I know you can. Don't worry, Daniel. It will be all right.
So maybe this is the good ending of sorts? Helping Agrippa? But then again, why I'm hesitant with this idea of helping Agrippa is because we don't know a lot about him. And so, just like how Alexander put it, we ran some errands for Agrippa, and it feels like that we just did what he told us to do, just like we did with Alexander. And as much as I don't want to compare Agrippa to Alexander, we don't know what their motives are. We don't know what they have done. We know a bit about Alexander, but we don't know much about Agrippa. All we know is that he helped the other. But apparently this is an ending. And let's see what happens if we go all brute force.
I was wondering if you were going to show up. I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands.
Yes.
Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good.
That here's the fun part about this, because he says, am I the villain? And the answer in his narrative is no, he isn't. He's not the big bad boss. However, here's the thing. He is not the villain. He is a villain. He's bad just the same. So let's get this nice and toppled over. You don't like that?
Why would I take such extreme measures to save your life?
Oh, it wasn't my life.
Maybe are so close, I beg you.
Ho 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 ho! Look at that, the tables have turned.
A prisoner of circumstance, trapped in a world I no longer recognize. As you gain your freedom, will you deny me mine? We are so close, closer than I've been for centuries.
But I don't think there is a good way, actually, for Daniel. There is no saving Daniel.
Killed us both.
Well, all three of us. Survivor? I don't think I'm surviving this.
It was my greatest triumph, and I never looked back.
Okay, we are not looking back. Kitty cat! Welcome in, Richie
You
boy.
think I was afraid, fleeing Brennenburg? Huh. Quite the contrary. I knew it was my purgatory, hellfire made to wash away my sins.
No, there's no washing away those.
There's no denying the things I've done, but I have paid my tribute. I gave them that awful man. I did the right thing.
And that's actually the main gate. And we went through some of the places we visited before. And that is the castle of Brennenburg crumbling behind us. Interesting. This is film music so wonderful. Yes, this game has quite a soundtrack. However, as much as the game wants to convince me, I don't think that in a way Daniel is now not necessarily free, but has paid for his sins. Even if he was a prisoner of circumstance, as Alexander put it. This ending is a medium ending. Well, I saw 3 endings so far, and I'm curious if there is a 4th, maybe. 4 endings in total, then maybe. The best ending is with Agrippa, is also a fan-made extended mode. Then I have to check that 4th, because I tried, the first one I tried was just staying there, Agrippa dying, Daniel dying, and Alexander escaping, which is obviously not a good thing to let Alexander escape. Then I threw Agrippa's head into the portal, and everyone else died. And that is more fitting, I would say. That's closer to what I would believe is a good ending. Because in this game it's interesting. Since we are playing Daniel, who is not necessarily a good person, or at least has done terrible things, I'm not sure if Daniel surviving is necessarily the good ending. Now in this one, interestingly, Daniel survives. And only Alexander dies, which is odd to me. But maybe that is because the shadow kills Alexander, and that's, as Daniel put it, is an offering. It's one even more terrible person instead of him, in a way. And I guess that's the idea, that even though I don't think the game ever explained why the shadow would take someone else in the place of who actually stole the orb, The only person who survived taking an orb was Agrippa, but he said that his orb chose to not kill him and it returned to its original place. But that's one survivor. The other one is, I think, Vayor actually survived because Agrippa mentioned that he had quite the collection of orbs. But maybe he got those from other people. In that case, I'm not sure if the orb is given to someone else, what happens. Because Agrippa gave his orb to Alexander, but we don't know what happened with the shadow there. It was said that the orb was returned, or returned itself, but then it is said that it was brought to Brennenburg, and it was in pieces in the torture chambers, and Agrippa found it in some cave. So even if it was close by, it wasn't the same location. So that is odd why he survived, why the shadow decided to stop and not kill everyone else. So that's an odd thing. See more lore on YouTube. You sadly missed Monty, who had the best video clips of Amnesia lore, going deep into the meanings. There's certainly a lot to unpack in this game.
I was wondering if you were going to show up.
Yes.
I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands.
So I guess the last
Clear now.
way you can go about this is go through the portal, which I originally didn't want to do. I still wouldn't want to choose that ending. But who knows what will happen? Let's take a look, because Daniel personally didn't want to go through the portal. Agrippa wanted to. So that's why I chose to throw his head through the portal, or into the portal, and not just go through. Also, Alexander mentioned that Daniel would die if he tried, but then again, do we believe Daniel and Alexander at this point? Not really. Not really believing anyone. You know, you could have really put on some clothes. Just saying. But whatever. Let's see what happens if Daniel tries to go through and get maybe the last ending. Look at that. It's a paper thin line. So this effect is actually two textures rotated by 90 degrees, which is an old school way of doing it, but I do like it. It's like a GIF. Yes. So if I try to go through, I get hurt. Let's see if it actually opens. Can I go through? So I still can go through. Give Agrippa a funny hat. Can I? Combination does not work. Sorry. I can't. I could put the lantern on his head, but that doesn't work. So this is interesting because I tried sending the head through. That was one ending. I tried not doing anything. That was another ending. I tried stopping Alexander from even opening the portal. That was another ending, and I thought the last one is going through the portal with Agrippa's head, but I can't. Yeah, I think this is just the ending where...
Please, let me go.
Yes, this is just the ending where the shadow catches up to us. So apparently we can go through the portal like this. I'm not sure what the fourth ending would be. From these three,
Thank you, my friend.
I think letting Alexander go through the portal is not a good idea. Stopping him, I think that would be considered the good ending in a way. Which I understand because Daniel survives, and as he says, he pays for his own life by giving the shadow Alexander's, which I understand, but that still doesn't make Daniel innocent. So even though he survives, I don't believe what he said about his experiences in the Brennenberg castle washing away his sins. Like this entire thing was the hellfire that cleansed him and all that. I do not believe that. For me, the most fitting is letting Agrippa go through the portal because he was a scientist who wanted to explore the worlds, and he was imprisoned for more than 100 years here. I'm sure he did some bad things too, but I don't know about those. And that gets Alexander killed and Daniel killed, which I think is somewhat the fitting ending. That's how not only the terror of Alexander ends, but the shadow chasing down Daniel finishes its mission too. And I think that is the most fitting end to Daniel. I don't think he could necessarily redeem himself after all this. If it was only that he killed the criminals and then realized that they are not criminals, there I could have maybe sympathized with him a bit. But after going to hunt down innocent people, and multiple of them, just so he can save his own life, I don't think just because he kills Alexander, he should be celebrated as a hero. He is not. Now I will actually look at the trophies here because I'm curious. 36%, yay! So we have the Restorer. Collected the pieces of the orb and rebuilt it in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. That's a nice picture. Yes, we indeed did that. Survivor. Killed Alexander and escaped the castle in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. Interesting, so most people got this ending. Again, not me, because I was way too focused on the story and understanding the parts here. Benefactor is rescue the Gripper in Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Alright, that was one as well, yes. And sacrificed allowed Alexander to escape in Amnesia: The Dark Descent. This was the one I actually did the first time around. And funny enough, this is the rarest. Just not doing anything. Now what is this? Picked up every tinderbox in Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Apparently we didn't do that. Read all notes in all games. That's tricky because I don't know if I did all of them in this game. And I don't know how many endings there are because everything is hidden here. And the thing is, some of these are trophies of the other two games. So I'm not sure. I will really quickly check how many endings there are to the game. Because I thought 4. But I couldn't get the 4th in the way I thought. In Amnesia: The Dark Descent there are 3 different endings, and each one is triggered by a specific course of player action while being in the orb chamber. Daniel's ending, the revenge ending, is the one where you kill Alexander. Alexander's ending is the bad ending, where Alexander escapes. And Agrippa's ending is the good ending, where both Alexander and Daniel is killed. Huh. That's interesting. That is indeed interesting. So even the developers said that Agrippa's ending is the good, as I said, and Daniel's ending is not necessarily the one that is the most fitting. It is the revenge ending. That is fitting, I would say. And it says here that after the ending the words "the end" will appear at the center of the screen along with a short string of letters and numbers at the bottom. Each ending gives you a different string. Assemble the strings in order from Daniel's ending, Alexander's ending, and Agrippa's ending to get the password for the super secret RAR file in the game folder. No, this doesn't appear here because there's no secret file on the PlayStation, I'm pretty sure. And apparently it contains art designs and videos of certain things, which is interesting. So if you get all the endings, then you get access to some making of files, which is a nice thing, and it's a really fun way to hide it in the game. Congratulations to the developers for that. So it seems we have finished our journey in Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and the next one will be its DLC, which I do believe is called Justine. but that is for the next time. And we are at 36% free gold trophies. I assume these 3 endings were the gold trophies, yes, and the Restorer and the Escape Artist are the silver ones. Good question, why exactly those? Yes, alright, well next time we will play that DLC, most likely next Friday, because Friday is Friday. But for now, I will have to find someone to raid and also accept the fact that I will have to replay this game to pick up every tinderbox. But hey, that's only this game. I don't know where I missed. I would say most likely towards the ending of the game, because I was running so low on oil that I was running through certain areas. But now that I know the game better, I might be able to run through it much quicker and actually look for all those tinderboxes. Maybe just look up a guide how many there are. Safely, I see you got yourself a new emoticon, an animated emoticon this time around, and I'm guessing that you are pulling on my hair once again. What will I do with you, It's rude, you know, to pull someone's hair like that. If you want to get my attention, you can just say something in the chat. Now, let's see. Who could we raid this time around? Good question. Maybe find someone who also plays this game. Ouch! I see you got quite a set of new emoticons. Thank you. Well, someone else is playing Amnesia, the Dark Descent, so maybe I will raid them. Nelly Mulok. A VTuber, I never heard about them. But hey, let's try. But this is fun. Of course it is fun for you to chew on my arm and pull my hair. But it does hurt me. And the boob. The audacity. That. But hey, even though for today we barely had, I think, 2 hours worth of gameplay left. Stop it! We got 4 hours out of it because I had to replay an hour of it for some odd reason, and then we got the 3 different endings, which is nice. I didn't have to replay the games 2 entire additional times. The boob wasn't me. Yes, I know the boob wasn't you. Welcome in, Elior. Well, we are just about to raid out to another fellow VTuber who is currently playing Amnesia, the Dark Descent. So, let me start the raid. And thank you all for joining me today. I hope it was a fun time. It was quite confusing at times, but I had fun. It was quite an interesting experience, and maybe I will replay it some time later to get that extra rare trophy. That's actually the rarest trophy in the game, so I'm not surprised that I missed it. And I will be back next week. Don't forget to check out my Blue Sky page or other social media sites where I post my schedules and other things, updates about my streams. You can also find them on my Discord. I will figure out what I will be playing next week, since we finished quite a lot of things recently. But for now, I thank you for joining me today. Have a great day, and as always, good night.